Do as I say. Give me a disgusting helmet. That's not it. Try again. Oh shit! Trying to hit me and hit me. Hello, sir? Hello, sir? 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 It's fine. What's the worst that can be? Oh, fuck, cunt. It did not work at all. Why, hello. How's everybody doing? Interesting. I don't appear to be able to link. Oh, there it is. How's everybody doing? You need a new montage? Yeah, okay. But then, you know, you gotta like pay someone to make that. Dread for that. That's true. He probably would do it too, but then you have to you still have to work out how to do things, right? And what appears to be a teenager to a full-grown man. It's hilarious because if I shaved today, I'd look like that again. I don't look any different. I just got a beard. That's it. That's just how it looks.
You swore sinew and soul to serve God and the Order of the Templar. For years, you built a life upon.
You're a little more colorful these days. Yeah. Yeah. But if I just change the hair back, if I just let the hair go back.
When it's all you have left. You were once the chosen of God.
I haven't looked at the new teasers today.
You are now the chosen of Rayclast, an exile.
Twitter.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Bring me a taco.
Yellow. Look at the 66-month resub. But also, why would you want a taco? What? What? Path of Exile. Where are you? Where's the thing? Back attachment. Twitch drops. Nobody cares about that. Oh, in the Necropolis expansion. Hang on. Let me pull this down here. In the Necropolis expansion, stacked decks and Divination Strongbox no longer drop corruption divination cards for boss exclusive unique items. I've been asking for this for literal years. Literal years. Like, if I had kept like a spreadsheet with like a bunch of clips of all the things that I've ever said, 5 or 6 years ago, I was saying this is a change that needed to happen. Years ago. Why did it take this long? But thank God it's finally happening. What do you mean? Oh my God. I hope this includes like Uber fragments and shit as well. But it probably doesn't, but I hope it does.
Hi, I'm Mark Roberts, Game Director on Path of Exile. In 3.24, we have a little change to divination cards. Stacked decks and Diviner's Strongboxes can no longer drop cards for boss-specific uniques. While this reduces access to those uniques, farming the bosses will now feel more meaningful. We've got a lot more to reveal at our development update livestream on March 21st. Thanks for watching, and see you.
Oh, they're gonna make me fucking cream. What do you mean? I am moist with the list of changes they've been giving us. This is insane. I thought you were gonna say they're gonna make me boss.
And
What have you done?
Wolfgang shares his recipe for apple strudel. So stay tuned because we've got all this and more coming up in the next hour.
Nice. By the long neck, there's only so many days I can play melee in a row. We'll have to come back after a day off playing melee to sort out the early leveling stuff. Is this the ball lightning build? Nah, I haven't even looked at the ball lightning build. Because you're biased against cucumbers? Well, they don't have a flared base, so they're not really much use to me. I'm sorry, are we starting a scam train based almost purely on biddies used by the blur pack? That's
Well, sir,
hilarious.
My god has no need for my company just yet.
Side boring brands. Boring brands? There's no such thing as boring brands.
I know you. Lionize
Brands are amazing.
Goodbye.
Fine work with Hill.
I hate that I'm putting this on, but I'm going to try it again.
Stay sharp out there.
I would like to get both my underarms and my balls zapped. What is going on? Were you able to do Sims on what? Speaking of the brand builds, I have to find a guide on how to start brands. I'll have one of them too. Unless, well, probably even if Penance brand gets nerfed to the point where it's unusable. Because Storm brand is still really good, even if they nerf Penance brand. So we'll be doing brands for sure. There'll be more build guides than you're used to seeing from me. Normally I only do one. I just do whatever I'm playing. But this league, I'm joining one of those websites where you write all of the written guides down. And so we're going out of our way to add a few generic ones that are like powerful but also different archetypes. So that we have some written stuff down.
That's a really good point, Diane. Thank you so much for bringing that up. Thank you.
Oh my lord. Stop it. It's so much worse than Freezing Pulse. Why don't people just use Freezing Pulse for everything? It's so good. Oh my god. Stop it. I'm sorry, what? I said intense anal is my favorite. I don't remember what I was saying when I said that. Like, I actually don't remember what that was about. Serpentine? I don't know what that is. They're not even like poking hard. They're just like tickling poking. They're just like 17 when you're dodging rowers. I don't know what that is. I really don't know what that is.
Got a job for you, if you're willing. There's a pool near the mudflats needs investing. Farewell.
I'd almost stop.
I just can't wait to see what gets nerfed. I can't wait to see what gets buffed. That's what we should be worrying about. What gets buffed? Do not let me test or try or experiment with fucking anything as a league start next league. That's not relevant anymore. It used to be relevant. It's not relevant anymore. How do I explain why that's not relevant anymore? It's not relevant anymore because I could start fucking anything. I could start anything now. It's impossible to fuck up my league start. Did you guys have LA as a backup? Because I don't need to have a functioning character.
The path becomes clearer with each.
I mean, I want to, but like worst case scenario, I really like screw something up. I'll just make money a different way. It's fine. Alexia, how you doing? What's gonna be your league start? Wait for patch notes.
Time to gather my will.
Where is... There it is. My Has-Been Hotel playlist. Aha. I wonder how many more days I'm going to get out of this Has-Been Hotel playlist before I run out of dopamine from it. I've been listening to it for like 4 days straight now. Oh, you're also listening to it? That is a problem. What was that shit? Why were you listening to that? Hang on. You're not allowed to listen to good music here. Says the record label people. There. Baby. You're a fucked up little whiny bitch. You're a loser just like me. Yeah, I fixed it. I think my favorite line from this whole song is "You're a power bottom at rock bottom." I just really like that line. Nothing, chat is what we deserve. No, we all deserve to be able to freely share the music. This is not my decision. There's this flame wall. You mean the one I'm putting down like everywhere? Is that what you're talking about? Like that thing right there? The one on my W? loser, baby. You loser, goddamn baby. I don't know why people think that like tornado shot or bows or anything like that is gonna get nerfed. I don't really understand that. Okay, that's maybe, but like it's not even actually that strong. It's popular because it's fun, not because it's strong. Like exactly that. It doesn't really outperform other builds on similar budgets. In fact, if anything, it underperforms to other squishy high clear speed builds, right? It underperforms, but it's really fun. No, there's tons of builds strong enough to do the content with MF gear on, and there are tons of better builds if you only care about is it strong and quick. There are builds that perform better. Yo, why don't I have any other pieces of gear on?
Welcome.
I'm not that jammed up little girl, still in love with you. You'll do.
Yes?
Are you saying pre-form and not perform? Perform. Whatever. Same word. I mean, it sounds different when you separate it like that, but when you don't separate it, it sounds exactly the same. Right?
Take care.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Like when you separate it like that, the way I'm reading the pre-form part is like, I'm not even in my final form. That's like pre-form, right? This is not even my final form. That's not what I'm saying. As soon as they hit my first 10,000 hours, are you happy about it or are you sad about it?
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
I was sad when I realized I'd reached 10,000 hours because I still felt like quite a bit of a noob. I was like, wait, there's still like so much I don't know. I've played this game for 10,000 hours and I don't know what I'm doing. That's why I felt bad when I got to 10,000 hours. At least you don't purposely mispronounce multiple words. No, but is it worse that I accidentally mispronounce multiple words? The only word that I usually intentionally mispronounce is chalupa instead of chula. Because let's face it, chalupa's a way better name. It sounds cute. It's just way better.
Your humble servant thanks you, my god.
That's what makes the game so good. Yeah.
I must have time to gather my will.
Really? Thanks to Easter, I have 5 days off for league start. Nice. Thanks to the way I've structured my entire life, I have 10 days off for league start. Wasn't there another word in this game you intentionally say wrong? I don't think so. I think it's just chalupa. Maybe? It could be and I've just forgotten it.
Your answer's here.
Yeah, I only recently learned that Wrath and Wraith were 2 different pronunciations. I just thought, well, 2 different words rather. I just thought Wrath, Wraith, and Wrath were all just like, I just thought all 3 of those were just like different pronunciations, like the same word but in different accents, but I was wrong.
You think me horror? I will show you what true horror is.
Yo, this fucking rolling magma thing sucks. Just take freezing pulse, dude. Like, this thing sucks. Of course, if I watch Tai do it, he'll kill this thing in like fucking 8 spells with 1 link less than I've got. But that's not the point. It's not the point. It's so bad, man. I understand in theory and I try and it just doesn't. It's just so fucking bad. I don't.
While we live, we are blessed.
Yeah, I'm doing the rolling magma into the flame wall. I've got fucking combustion, summon phantasm, holy flame totem, which I'm also putting through the flame wall. It doesn't help. It's still shit. I could just be freezing pulse. It's so good. Freezing pulse is just free and you don't have to aim it. Like, I mean, you have to aim it, but you don't like have to aim it, right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, you just put your mouse where you want damage to happen and everything in that line takes damage. Like, there's no... Is it Brando? Yep. Swap right now. It's not too late. Play the fun skill. I want everything in that direction to die. Right? I want to upgrade the title. Are you going to get asked a lot? Ooh, but what? In about 2 levels time, I'll stop getting that question because it'll be a brand build. There'll be brands on. Nah, that was yesterday's title, wasn't it? Wait, did I forget to update the title?
I must have time to gather my will.
I swear I changed the title. I came for melee. I'm disappointed now, honestly. Be disappointed. I'll do melee again soon. I'm still gonna work out the first bit of the melee thing.
This is a mortuary for lost children, hidden from the eyes of their father.
There, updated. Honestly, I think it's better to take this first before we take that. Should go with a brand new build. This time I went, I almost wanted to name it this one time at Brand Camp. Stunned. I changed it. It's now this one time at that one. This one time at Brand Camp. And also, if anyone's too young to get that reference, you just get out. Just get out. Oh, so that movie is 25 years old? Oh, fuck right off. No. 25 years old? Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, man. Oh, that is upsetting. That is upsetting.
I must have time to gather my will.
Is that Jesus? That movie inspired me to fuck a pie. Parents hadn't even met me yet when that film came out. No, I don't like anything that anyone's saying right now. If you could all stop, please. Any boots? No shit. I need movement speed.
Friends, my please understand that as a gentleman of honor, he paid
People met, got married, had kids, and those kids are in here since that movie came out.
sure were the
That's so not okay.
you do precisely that.
How old is my absolute favorite movie that's ever existed? My absolute number one all-time favorite movie. How old is that? Do I want to know? Do I want to know? Should I look that up? Which one? Cruel Intentions. Oh my god, it's also 1999. Holy fuck. Oh. Oh no.
Mervale dwells. If you must.
It's 25 years old. Oh my god. That is just upsetting. So did Star Wars 1 and The Matrix. Star Wars is like a shit though. I don't... The only good thing about Star Wars is that lightsabers are really cool, and that has propped up the entire franchise because it's not good. Like, it's actually just shit.
Hello.
It's just that lightsabers are really cool.
God hasn't abandoned us.
That's all. That's it. That's the only thing Star Wars has. Lightsabers are really cool. That's it. That's the whole thing. You take that back right now? No, I stand by it.
Fairgraves was a good.
Fight Club, The Matrix, American Beauty, Green Mile, Eyes Wide Shut, The Sixth Sense. Yo, 1999 was an amazing fucking year for movies. What the fuck? Cruel Intentions, American Pie, The Blair Witch Project? Tarzan, Austin Powers, The Spy Who Shagged Me? 10 Things I Hate About You? She's All That, Wild Wild West, Mystery Men, Stuart Little, Bicentennial Man, that was really good as well. Holy shit. That was a great year. I want to start a war. What's the best year? Not decade, what a specific year. So I was in a fight with people about specifically about Star Wars.
Stay sharp out there.
And me saying Star Wars isn't very good, and people saying Star Wars is fantastic. And then, because I assume my phone listens to me when I'm talking, like the later on that same day, I got shown one of those little TikTok stories with like based takes on it, and one of them exemplified my position perfectly. When you talk to people who really, really like Star Wars and try and tell you how good it is, they will, in the same breath, in the same sentence, tell you Star Wars is the best series ever made and that they only like 3 out of the 12 movies. And they don't see any problem with it. They see no issue.
While we live, we are blessed.
No comment on the last 3, right? Okay, there. Wasn't there supposed to be like a new Matrix coming out at some point? I swear there was like a new Matrix coming out. Already did? Oh. Wasn't he good? Not good? Aw. I'm hoping the new Ghostbusters will be good. It won't be. The Ghostbusters reboot was pretty shit, so... I nearly got trapped by one of those you know those like fake news sites where they just like make shit up to upset people. I saw one earlier late last night, I think, that like got me legitimately upset before I realized that it was fake. It was a post that very much looked like it was from the people making the live action Avatar remake right now, like the one that's on streaming right now. And it was like a legitimate looking post about how they've decided to get rid of Toph's blindness because it wouldn't play very well and Toph just wasn't going to be blind. And it turns out it was fake, but they had me going for a minute and I was real fucking mad. I got real angry. I was just like, I'm fucking done. How can you do this? The boulder is conflicted. This is one sad Mavail kill. It's not particularly good. So normally what I do when I'm leveling brands right now is I still swap to brands, but I keep my Holy Flame Totem for a little bit and I don't drop the Holy Flame Totem bit until like midway through Act 2. And I wanted to see how just dual brands right now at Mavail would go. Does feel quite a bit slower. Does feel quite a bit slower to have dropped Holy Flame Totem right now. Like, it's fine, but it's not good.
A woman corrupted beyond humanity. I must cure this plague before it sickens all of God's creation. This forest, so twisted. I pray that I'm not
The clear's fine.
to turn the tide of this corruption.
Give Ellie Prolif and Stormbrand. How? What am I supposed to have in that? That was supposed to be Arcane Surge right now until I get to Act 2. You can't buy out a gold as a Templar. Added Lightning's the other link. Was supposed to be Arcane Surge. What do I do with my Arcane Surge? What are you doing there? Okay, that would have been more damage. It was meant to be Arcane Surge. I just put it in the wrong link. Hit best chance of brand skill. I hadn't really thought much past brands. Nobody cares about your ghosted rare bud. Bye. I can't think of the reason you were doing this. I don't understand this clip.
I must have time to gather my will. Your trust is the only reward I need, my Lord of Light.
What am I doing? Why am I doing that? I have no explanation for that clip. I have no defense or explanation for that clip at all. I have absolutely no idea what the fuck is happening in that clip. I'm just there stroking the microphone. I don't have anything for that. I don't know what's going on.
Your trouble.
All of a sudden I identify as a microphone.
You own nothing, thief. Not even the life you wasted on spite and avarice.
That's so weird. Why would you do that, Baylor? That's an odd thing for you to do.
I have seen travel far.
Do I just do odd things without even thinking about it?
Keep your wits about.
What?
Just all the time?
I am
Like the div card change in the teasers. It's only something I've been actively outspoken about and begging for the past like 5 years. So yes, I'm very happy about it.
Be well.
Loser, baby, you loser, goddamn baby, you're a fucked up little whiny bitch. You're a loser just like me. You're a loser, and only 1-star reviewer. You're a power bottom at rock bottom, but it's company. Pow, pow.
I must have time to gather my will.
Plan to make a bossa? Don't have to make a bossa though.
Toymaker. with pretensions of godhood.
If bossing is good, that means boss rushing is good. And if boss rushing is good, that also means other things are good. There's two things you want to be good all the time, and they will prop up everything. You want MF to be good, though probably not as good as it was this league, but you want MF to be good, and then you want bossing to be good. And if those two things are good, every single other economy thing that you could possibly do, all are profitable. As long as those two boxes are ticked, then everything is good. Then people need heist, people need essences, people need beasts, people need everything. People need the boss maps from boss rushing strats. People need Eater and Exarch invites, Shaper, Elder maps, all of those things.
Ready, X? Yeah. This.
Imagine playing any version of Melee when you can just drop a spell in the middle of a pack and just walk away. And everything dies. People who like Melee, little bit weird in the head. Something wrong with you.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom, the latter.
And this is build for next league, yes. I want to have at least 3 guides up, ready to go in written form. One's probably going to be that Molten Strike champ for people who like Melee, because it is actually quite good and relaxing. It's just so fucking chill to play and nice. If I was going to play a Melee build, that's the one I'd be playing. Then Poison SRS, obviously.
Do not worry, little beast.
And then probably a brand league start.
Time to gather my will.
Those will probably be the 3 that I do. If I have time and also another build shows up that I really, really want to make, I might make a 4th one, but we're probably only looking at 3. Yo, you're really gonna put 2 beasts and a rare in the room with the thing I need to kill? Are you fucking kidding me right now? What is this?
Do not worry, little beast. We are friends now. We will be best friends, beast.
It says 3. If we get 2, it's a win. No, it'll be a minimum of 3. It has to be. Oh, you're gonna see so much more fucking coming out of me in the next 6 months, especially on I mean, wait, hang on.
I am no beast of burden.
Wait, did I get the thing? I did. Cool. Whoever sign up. There's two things. One, if I was really gonna start an OnlyFans, which I'm actually surprisingly really not against. But if I was gonna, it'd be after I lost a little bit more weight. I'd be under 100 before I started that.
What troubles you bring now?
But it'll never happen. It's literally not worth the time. There's absolutely no shot in the world that enough people would sign up to that to be worth it from a monetary versus times perspective.
Return, if you must.
You on the road?
I'd probably take one of these gambling sponsors over making an OnlyFans. No, I would happily make an OnlyFans. I'm not worried at all. The only reason that one doesn't exist right now is because the market for it is mostly memes, not people who would actually spend money on it. If I thought there was enough people that would actually spend money on it, there'd already be one. Paywall your build guides on OnlyFans? That'd be so fucking funny. But I would never paywall my PoE content ever. It's fine to paywall pictures of Uranus, but you don't paywall PoE content.
I must have time to gather my will.
We don't have patch notes, so we don't know what is fine and what isn't. Do you have a question if you're too ethical / idealistic to be running your own business? Yeah, constantly. I could be making so much more money right now if I was just less ethical. What do you mean? A list of those? Oh yeah, I've had plenty of them. Like, how many Ventura? How many sponsors do you reckon have? How many times do you reckon you've ignored an email of an RMT site for PoE trying to give you money? Because I think it's on average 5 times a league, 5 or 6 times a league on average. The last one was 2.5 grand. Which, to be clear, is more than I make on any month. 5 for what? To join up with an RMT site and put their banner below my stream and like put their fucking logo on my Twitch, like a proper sponsor bit, like the sponsors that I actually want, except it's an RMT contract instead of like a real company. I wonder if people ever take it. I mean, I want to say someone has to take it, right? Because if they didn't, why would they still be trying to get people? But I've never, ever, ever seen a stream with those things on it. So who's taking it? And why are they still trying via that method after years if no one's what the fuck is that bow? Why don't I just start bows every single league? Are you fucking kidding me? What is that? What do you fucking mean?
What do you want?
What the fuck?
Travel far.
What the fuck was that?
Ready, exile.
The other one I get all the time, I'm pretty sure, I'm like 85% sure is a scam, but 100% sure is super unethical, even if I would get the money. That I get probably once a month at least is an email saying something along the lines of gifted subs. Yeah, the gifted sub one, where they're like, hey, we'll do this deal where we'll gift you like 1,000 subs over the course of the month, and then you'll through fucking cryptocurrency pay us half of that back, like half of what you get paid. And I'm like, for sure, they just charge back all of that after they get your money, right? like that is 100% like stolen credit cards and chargebacks. And you're just going to give them money in crypto that you're not going to be able to get back. They're just straight up going to steal it from you, right? Like, there's no way. There's no way that's anything except that. Gummy bear, miss a gummy bear. Chat for pointing those things out. I'm surprised more people don't viewbot. I feel like I expected that to be more prevalent than it is, or it is super prevalent and I just don't know about it.
I caught some rat.
It's surprising where ethics go once money enters the equation.
You are thus blessed, daughter of God. He will show you what true friendship is.
not really that I'm not really that like judgmental of it, to be honest. Like I understand the temptation of getting a little bit extra money.
Must give way to the day.
Single one was in the slow chat. I didn't even understand. See, that's real hard in the PoE category though, because like overall, like there are some like spammy garbage chats and whatnot, but then there's also like a pretty decent group of streamers that have like cultivated chats that don't spam and put memes all the time in chat and like all that sort of stuff. Like people from outside of the PoE sphere at one point, Ziz was in question as to whether or not he was legitimate at his size because of how his chat looked compared to other streamers that were outside of PoE. Because he doesn't have all that like spammy garbage stuff like happening. Like his chat just isn't going for when he's got 2,000 or 3,000 people, which you would see in other places. Right? Which like obviously very legit, absolutely fine, right? But from outside of PoE, other people were questioning that a little bit back because like they were just like, but where's all of the people? Where's all of the spamming that happens at this size? But it just doesn't have to happen at that size if you don't cultivate a chat full of people doing that. Right? It's just they'll be seeing several a minute. True. Okay, so I'm just trying to think here. Do we go this way to get there? Or do we go this way to get there? Because I need to be here as well anyway. For that second brand mastery. Dual wielding is fun, but I feel like I should be going shield charge anyway. I think I should just go this way because I need to get this anyway. And I really feel like I should be changing into shield charge at some point. It's real funny at my size. League start right now, I only have like 300 people. And it's still real funny to watch chat. Like the hour leading up to league start, it's just constant. Like it's moving. And then over the course of about a 5-minute period, it goes from like moving to just fucking dead silence. Over the course of just a few minutes at league start, as everybody gets into the queue, it just fucking silence. You're gonna do either an X-Arch with brand? I actually have no idea. I hadn't really like thought about it.
Greetings.
And just playing along, right? Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I'm just playing just to get like an idea of how to go to begin with, and also just to like have background stuff, because you guys are
Be well.
you know those TikTok videos where there'll be like a video and something happening and whatnot, but like there's Temple Run in the background? Well, that's you guys. PoE needs to be in the background, and if PoE's in the background, we can have conversations for like 12 hours straight, and stream will be active and chatting, and it won't really matter what's going on as long as I'm playing PoE. Doesn't actually matter what's happening. As long as PoE is there and movement is happening, we'll have like a 12-hour active stream full of conversation. But if it becomes just chatting stream and we close PoE off, like 80% of people disappear.
Damn.
This is Subway Surfers is what this is.
Yes.
Doesn't look like melee. It shouldn't, since that isn't the title.
Be well.
Oh, I didn't pick up a herald. That's a mistake. I should have a herald on right now. What is this? What is this clip?
Yes.
Why do I say shit like that?
True to you.
Stop being so fucking weird, Bela. No, YouTube's title just says practice league start things, doesn't it? Huh, interesting. It does on my dashboard, but it doesn't on the... Interesting. Why does it not? Oh, you say shit like that all the time? Why? Why though? Why do I say shit like that all the time? I don't know why. Just stuff just comes out my mouth. Sometimes I don't even hear it. Like somebody will link me a clip of something I said and I'm just like, why would you say that? You fucking weirdo. What are you doing?
I must have time to gather my will.
Like, it's just important that everyone understands that quite often I'm just as surprised as the bullshit that comes out of my mouth as you are. Like something just fucking truly unhinged will just come out of her mouth, and I'm just as shocked as you. Like I didn't see that coming either.
There's greatness in you. You've proved, you see. I'm so sorry, my friend.
The end of what do you want?
To take on Poisonous Arrest for next league start, still Pog? Yep. It's gonna, well, presuming... I'm working on the assumption that the corpses that we had access to this league are gone and are not rolled into the base game. They're all gone now. Oh, Jesus. But working on that assumption, Poison SRS is now the best version of SRS again. Whereas, like, this league, I think Guardian was better. Because the access, those corpses that we had access to, while they were also good for us as Poison SRS, they were way better for the Guardians than they were for us. Did you confirm that already? They didn't really, though. They confirmed that the corpses were gone. They didn't necessarily confirm that those mob types won't exist. Like, they could just be mob types we could get. They could just be, like, rolled into the game as things that we fight and are able to spectre. They could be given to us in different ways. They pull a lot of shenanigans relatively often. So until we start playing, I'm not going to be sure. Getting WASD in the next league. Are we ever getting WASD movement in PoE 1? Thought that was just a PoE 2 thing.
I must have time to gather my will.
So they added controller support. The controller support's been in the game for, I want to say, years at this point. It's fucking shit, but it's been there. Next league SRS again? I mean, if you want to.
I beg of you, God, help me to lead this world back into the light.
Ready, exile?
100% damage with hits against ignited enemies. Does that include totems and minions? It should include totems. It should not include minions. Totems inherit your offensive stats and have their own defensive stats. Minions have their own offense and defense.
I must have time to gather my will.
Fixes sometimes failed at gym level up click. I don't think I've ever had that unless I've misclicked it. I don't. Is that a problem that people have? It just happened? No, I mean, I misclick stuff because I'm shit with mouse pointer accuracy. But I don't think I've ever actually like successfully clicked the level up button and had it not work. I was racing against the server then? That's true.
Fare you well.
I drew.
Yo, stop. Sure.
Be kind if you can.
I've got specters might come back as well during the course of the mob thing. Stack deck isn't gonna be part. You read my message about Patreon. I didn't see anything about Patreon. I may have missed that.
I must have time to gather my will.
I just want to get one more level. Oh, that went pretty shit, but it'll do. Do-do-do-do-do. I wish brands worked with action speed. Do you know how badly I want to make a reverse chill brand build? They don't scale with action speed at all. Literally the whole reverse chill thing is pointless. I also very much miss old brands.
Back where you belong, Nightmare. The faithful need not fear your kind.
You wanna cover feeling stabbed?
Place of the Templar. A fitting place to put things right. Must have time.
Oh my god, did I really just nearly run away from Clarissa? Son of a bitch. Fucking guys, I'm new. Don't go easy on me. This is my first time. First league, right? Fucking special, apparently. See if I can do the trick.
Life in his right hand, death in his left. And then there are those who fell through God's fingers.
Allow your wisdom to be tempered by the flames of the past.
Oh, it's actually down there. I wasn't expecting that, but that's fine. Oh, hello. Oh, when you do a bleed bow run? Probably never. I'm gonna play bows, I might as well play the good version.
A dead man and a living machine. There's your truth, heretic.
Testing possible league starts? I am.
You, your god, both enough of this.
Okay, here's a trick. This is a softcore trick. Limited hardcore viability. About log out? No. Log out doesn't work. That was a very intentional death. That was a very, very intentional death. Ta-da! Limited hardcore viability.
I must have time to gather my will.
It's a good trick. It saves you a lot of time. Loses the time difference anyway. I mean, one, I didn't get fucked by the layout. That was me misreading the layout, which is very different. Whoops. Two, that would have happened regardless. So, still worth. Hmm. Was saying Patreon related to this. It takes about 30 days. Okay, but what if I don't make $10 every 30 days?
I shall wipe
Weird.
the filth from this house of God.
Another back attachment to the Twitch shop waiting for the unveil. Eh. Let's be real. MTX in this game that aren't skill MTXs don't matter anyway. Every character you've ever got is just phasing all the time from the moment you get to maps on. And phasing ruins all of the MTX through your whole character. So, doesn't really matter. Why did I go? What? Why am I here? Why am I here? Oh, I'm looking for the thing. I'm looking for the thing. I'm looking for the thing. It's probably up there. I forgot what I was doing. Why are we here? We're here for this. I just forgot that this is what we were here for and started clearing it like it was a map.
An emperor must bear two blades.
Happens to me way too often, by the way, that I just start clearing stuff like it's a map. Love the stream title. Yeah, me too. I like it quite a bit. Okay. It relogged? Yeah, I didn't have a portal down for that one. No tricks there.
Do anything I would.
General Gravicius demands absolute obedience from his... Why are you still standing there?
Any good thing you play in PRE? Or you... Yeah, I'm definitely not new. Just 30k hours, what? I think I'm just over 27,000-ish. I don't think I'm at 30 yet. I think that's rounding.
I must have time to gather my will.
Am I okay after the other day? Yes. She's got a bunch of muscle problems. It was just muscle problems right in the position of her kidney, and so she was like worried about it. Fair enough. But after spending a while in the hospital, it's muscle issues. How do you have 27 hours and you're still shit at the game? Define shit at the game. I've got demis from winning hardcore races. What's the... I've made 100 tons of times. I know the economy better than most people. I've got basically an encyclopedia's worth of knowledge in my brain about PoE. Like, shit, what? It's normally a blue pack up there. I don't know why it wasn't there that time. Explain leech mechanics. I know the leech mechanics. I know how leech works. I know how leech works on individual hits. I know how maximum leech works. I know how maximum total leech works. I know how they interact with each other. I know how overleech works. I can explain all of those things. Getting back to playing for the first time after 2 years. Well, welcome back. You don't even have an OnlyFans though? Somebody's never typed exclamation mark OnlyFans. I got some fucking news for you. I need to get around to making one of those link trees. Everybody's got link trees nowadays. By the way, was that a serious question? Do you actually want me to explain leech and the difference between maximum maximum recovery from leech and total maximum recovery from leech? Because I can. Right, so this applies to mana, life, and energy shield, but at different values, but the same percentages. So energy shield's default leech rate is a maximum of 1% per hit, a maximum of 10% total. Life is 20%. We're going to discuss everything as if it's life. Just know that when you go to energy shield, it's half of that, right? And it's half of that always because the maximum is different, right? So by default, any individual hit can only leech 2% of your life, and any 10 hits can all stack their leech on top of each other, and you can do up to 20%. The 2% that is per hit is your maximum recovery from leech. The 20% is your maximum total recovery from leech. So if you scale maximum leech rate, then that means if you get 100% of it, one hit could leech 4% instead of 2. But that just makes it cap out at 5 hits instead of capping out at 10 hits, because your maximum total recovery didn't change. So you've got a maximum total recovery of 20% still, even though instead of 2% per hit, you can do 4% per hit. So maximum total recovery from leech will affect the total amount of leech you're allowed to have on from all sources, but will not make each individual hit be able to leech for more. The only difference in those two stats is the word total. It's either maximum leech rate or maximum total leech rate. Same things apply to mana and energy shield, just at different values, but same percentages. And the Stormbrand are going indecision. I mean, I think indecision is the standard now, right? Also, instant leech equals good. Also, instant leech does not count towards your total maximum recovery per second, but does count towards your total recovery per second. So if you have 10% instant leech, your individual hit leeches for 2% of your life, and then 10% of that applies instantly, and the remainder of it is leeched over time. But the total maximum total of 20% can still be reached with that 10% on top of it as extra, which is also why that 10% instant is really good. Wow, that's not the only reason. Also, just instant recovery is really good. Told you I'm a fucking encyclopedia for this shit. This is, I've said this a lot of times and I will keep saying it forever. I'm actually trash at video games.
Yes.
I'm bad at playing them. I'm not good at all. But I know a lot.
Be careful.
I know a lot. And I have a degenerate amount of time. And that's why I succeed in the video games. I can play for a really long time. I have many, many hours. And I know a ton. But I'm trash at playing. Utter garbage.
I walked half.
Like, you know, hardcore shows some Pepega. Okay. So my level 100s in hardcore don't matter. First 10,000 hours that I played in hardcore didn't count. Full magic find all the way to level 100. Got a mirror in hardcore. What about unhide remove only tabs? Where are they? How would I even find them? What are they labeled? What are they labeled? I do not know what they're labeled. Where'd you get your first mirror? Belfry. Tier 14 Belfry in Incursion League. Nah, I'm looking for my demis. They're in a remove only tab, but like... I don't remember what the tab's called. And there's like, oh, is it these ones? No. I don't remember what the tab's called. It's here somewhere. Oh, here they are. They're like these. There's a demi for winning a race in hardcore. There's a demi for winning a race in hardcore. There's a demi for a solo self-found. There's 3 of those for when I did hardcore stuff. I'm never ever going to take them out. They're always going to sit in my stash tabs because they'll exist forever if I do that. But if I take them out, then they never show up again. What place was it? Second, third, and third. No firsts. Unfortunate. The real reason that we don't play hardcore anymore is pretty simple. I just don't enjoy it. It's not incapable, it's just not fun.
The question is how.
Like I don't enjoy it at all. Check out this little indicator. There's an arrow on this table that points you towards where the next area is. It's relatively hard to get lost in this zone, but it's in part 1 and part 2. This little fucking table here, where the side where there's 3 big pots on, it's an arrow that points you to number 2, to like the next zone. It tells you like which way to walk out from the waypoint. Little arrow right there, so if I just follow it, I'll continue in the right direction. fucking Val side areas though, they will fuck you up still. What are you gonna league start? Wait for patch notes. Yo, why isn't there a pack of mobs right there? There's always a pack of blues in that room. If there's a room with a thing like that, there's always a pack of blues in it. Once I'd walked into it by mistake, I was like, oh well, I'll kill the pack of blues that are right there. They weren't there.
Death to sin.
I also have a habit when it's not league start of clearing entire zones like it's a map. Actually, I think sometimes I do that even when it is league start and I am trying to be in a hurry. Anytime I stop thinking about it for a split second, I start clearing leveling zones like they're maps. I just start clearing them. Passionate on the 21st was the announcement? Yes. Pretty sure I should have gone down. Nope, good.
What is that? The cockroaches will come again. They want the twist. That cockroach
I
and
like-
the dash. Leave me, not a cockroach.
I must have time to gather my will.
Deleting the MF builds. No, that's not happening. Phil, you guys is on about deleting the minion builds? What, both of them?
I was born to this land, delivered to this task. I will prevail.
You're God's greatest disappointment, heretic.
Get your magic find characters ready.
I fought for God. Who do you fight for, exile?
Dan Heisen, thank you very much to the Prime. Very much appreciate it.
Road, old friend. God put me at the end of it.
Is there anything you want from this? Don't think so. Probably they're gonna delay it again. I don't think it's been delayed yet. Ever. This is the first time they've given us a date. I doubt it'll be delayed. It's a beta. They've given us dates before. I don't think they have. Like, they've said stuff like, we're hoping it comes out at the end of this year, or we're hoping it comes out in the second quarter, or something like that. But they've never given us a date. Like a, boom, here's the actual date. Now we have an actual date.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yes. Can I lift things
Get your magic flame
upstairs?
characters ready.
I take my first steps into
Yeah, well, you definitely can't be using your back to do it, so I guess I can. I'll be back in just a moment. Also, Trax, thank you very much for the prime. go. Lifting. I want to start Scion for the first time next week. Any tanky endgame builds I should try? Not Scions? For a second then I thought Baylor was just getting shorter on camera. Yeah. That's what happens as you get old, you shrink. Ugh. Beep. Beep. Beep.
I must have time to gather my will.
Using the mouse and keyboard. Yeah. Still using the mouse and keyboard while I walk. Just gotta get used to it. Can we not play hardcore anymore? It's not fun. Don't enjoy it. There's about 30 people who should be playing hardcore. The rest of the people who play hardcore for fucking all of time get to play about varying levels between about 5 and about 15% of the game, and then they die and restart. No one ever... Very few people are actually playing the whole game in hardcore. I like to play the rest of it as well.
Your conviction drives you, heretic. But have you thought what it might drive others to do in return?
Dun, 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 dun.
Damn you!
Rest while you can, mistress of suffering. Judgment will not go easy on you.
Isn't it done with, he likes to choose when he's done with the build, not be told unceremoniously by the game that he is done with it. Yep.
Be careful.
You piety. Unfortunately.
The game is so much bounce around. Okay. See, I don't subscribe to that because I played the first 10,000 hours or so of my gameplay in hardcore.
Be careful.
It is a lot easier to live now in hardcore than it was then. A lot easier. Hardcore is significantly easier than it used to be because the whole game is significantly easier than it used to be. Far less connection problems, far less one-shots, far less surprises. How are you tracking that? Mostly 80% of my deaths came from connection issues more than anything else. And we, for the most part, don't have those anymore. Not that there are none, but like comparatively, there are basically none. If you die now in hardcore, it's usually your fault.
Stay out of the shadows.
You have goodbye.
This way of volcanic fissure. This feels perforated of all things. Huh.
I must have time to gather my will.
Oh man, I did it again. I just started clearing. Just like, just kill all the mobs. Just leave him behind.
An emperor must know precisely where.
Yes? See you.
This is neither the time nor the place.
Yes.
You'll do.
See you.
Nice.
Hello. See you.
Hello everyone. want to play Traps or Mines next league? Hex Blast Mines or Examine Trap? Hex Blast. Do Hex Blast Mines. It's really good.
I must have time to gather my will. Every stone placed for the glory of God. Beautiful.
I think you need to do mines for Hex Blast. Needs a strong word. I think it's the best as mines. So Hex Blast feels shit on its own, in my opinion, because you have to curse first and then hit, which even Blasphemy isn't enough for that. And when you use Blasphemy, it removes that curse anyway, and plus it only has a certain amount of range, and you want to do a bunch of rapid hits with it, and you have to have like curses reapplying and the curse not getting rid of and all this sort of like awkward stuff. But just putting it on mines and having the ring that turns your Skitterbot into a AoE curse fixes all of Hex Blast's problems. But I don't normally like miners either, because they're awkward to play. You have to like place mines sometimes with positioning in mind, and if you have detonate on left click, which is the most comfortable way to play it, you quite often waste half your mines by making them explode on empty space and like wasting all of your time anyway. Hex Blast only triggers when it has something to target, so mines fix all of Hex Blast's problems, and Hex Blast fix all of miners' problems. So while I don't like playing Hex Blast, and I don't like playing mines, I really like playing a Hex Blast miner, because both of those things fix the problems with the other one. There's still two buttons? It's not though. It's not though, because you just put detonate on left click. Which doesn't really work for non-Hex Blast mines, because they quite often blow up when you don't want them to. You've pre-laid them for a boss, you're trying to relocate, or the mobs haven't moved into the area yet, or something like that. But with Hex Blast, it just won't trigger. It just will not trigger until there's a mob it can hit. So it becomes, you can just put detonate on left click, and it never ever misses. It auto targets, it never misses, it covers the whole screen. So it becomes a one button build. That's why I like Hex Blast mines, while I don't normally like mines. Leveling, how early do you get Hex Blast? So you level with, what's the name of it? Pyroclast Mine? And you need two things to change comfortably into Hex Blast Mines. The first thing that you need is the ring called, I remember what it looks like, the ring that makes the Skitterbots turn into an AoE aura. profane proxy. Thank you. You need a profane proxy and one form of curse on hit. It can be a corrupted glove, it can be the dread arch axe, or ideally the other ring. But like a version of curse on hit and that ring, and then you swap from Pyroclast Mines into Hexblast, and you Hexblast forever.
Exile has tested you, my brother.
How many miles do you even go on the treadmill? About 1.4 miles each time I use it, which I use about 3 times a day. And the reason that's in miles is because that's what the treadmill records in, and I don't know how to math, so I don't know how much that is in real distances for normal human beings.
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? Die in awe! The touch of God! The touch of God!
Rings cannot be vowed to get curse on hit. Gloves can be vowed to get curse on hit. Rings gain curse on hit through either delve modifiers that are drop only or through influence. And I'm at 4 kilometers a day. Good stuff.
By exiling me, you were my Genesis Dominus. And now here I stand, countless miles and murders later, honored to be your revelation. May these waters wash away my sins and baptize me anew. I must have time to gather my will.
It definitely slows me down to be walking on this treadmill. Like, it's a little more just like awkward with like mouse and keyboard and whatnot. It's just less, I don't know, less smooth. No one's from the bouncing? Nope. Okay, I just tuned in. I'm not sure what's going on, but I find it slightly intimidating. Do you mean what's going on in chat, or what's going on with me, or what's going on in game? An elliptical machine? No, it's a treadmill. I'm walking on a treadmill. Good to do for burning calories. It's only been, I've only had the treadmill for about 2 weeks. It's just part of my entire journey of try not to die.
We go where you are needed. What is it, exile? What do you need now?
I'm trying to speed run it. Hello. Beautiful. If I'm I have a sit-stand desk, so I can like press the button and the whole thing raises up.
A piece of garbage.
Then when I'm done walking, I just press the button, it goes back down again. Which I'm about done. I try and do about 20 minutes at a time, like 3 times a day. That was, just get through my things. Yep, 20 minutes, I'm good. Beep. Beep. Like the Streamlabs one? Like the Secret Labs one? No, that one's super expensive. This was just one from like Officeworks. Oh. And then I just pick it up and move it over here. Out of the way. And I press the desk go to seated position. And then it comes down all on its own. What's the sub goal to let us control the speed of the treadmill? There never will be one. Never. This is a thing I want to do. And I want to do in a sustainable way that I enjoy. In a way that I can do every single day. Not in a way that makes me miserable.
Hello. See you.
I'm gonna be able to run 100 meters and give up. Were you not here for the workout streams? Where I had the wheel? I clearly don't give up when I very, very, very much should.
Justice will prevail.
I clearly don't give up when I absolutely fucking should have. And 2 weeks whining about it? Yeah, because it hurt for 2 weeks. I couldn't walk I fell over in the bathroom after stream, couldn't walk, and had to butt scoot all the way to the stairs to yell at my parents to have somebody come and help me get up, because I pushed every muscle to the point of failure, and literally couldn't use any of them. I clearly don't give up. Have quite the opposite problem.
Oh, the weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
Ooh. You can go here. You can go... Fuck.
Some things that slumber should never be awoken. Strike with fidelity. By the goddess, what ambition! Pity the emperor.
I have to find a desk treadmill for myself now. Exclamation mark treadmill. That's the one I got. It's not an affiliate link or anything. It's just like a link to the treadmill I bought in case anyone was interested.
I must have time to gather my will.
But George somehow reminded me of you. Never heard of him. Like, there are a ton of clips from that stream. I don't know if there are clips. There were a ton of times in that stream where, like, it was very obvious I should have given up. There's some footage of me, like, crawling from the workout mat back over to my chair and then taking, like, 2 or 3 minutes to get back up onto the chair because I couldn't use my legs or my arms or my shoulders because they all hurt too much. And then, like, 15 minutes later, somebody else roll into the thing and making me go work out again. And like failing, and it was hard. It was horrendous. I never want to do it again.
Emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain an emperor is only as efficient as those he commands. Enjoy the reprisal. You were born for this.
And then Hopium start? Probably just Stormbrand. I like Stormbrand more than Penance. Eating a McDonald's double cheeseburger. Yeah. Stormbrand always shock the mobs. I mean, it's not like guaranteed to or anything, but it's lightning and it hits rapidly. So it does pretty reliably shock but it's not like guaranteed to shock or anything. Will society accept me if I say I don't like cheese on most things? Sure, why not? I just told everyone that Star Wars was actual trash, and the only good thing about it is that lightsabers are cool. So I don't think you saying I don't really like cheese is going to be a huge problem.
I must have time to gather my will.
Different people like different things. Yeah, but even the people who are like, Star Wars is really cool, when you really get into it, are like, yeah, no, Star Wars is the best thing ever. I only like 3 movies though. Just this trilogy out of 12. Even the people who really like Star Wars don't really like Star Wars. They just really like lightsabers. It wouldn't surprise me. Coffee did a really good job at ExileCon of being social and meeting people.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises. Our throne is the most devious trap of them all. Claim your inheritance. Triumphant at last. Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve.
Yet God has provided us with all the tools necessary to find it.
Oh well. What does this thing even look like? Huh. It's like Blade Vortex, but with a shit duration? I'm not gonna lie, it kind of looks fucking cool. It doesn't move with you? Wait, didn't it? Oh. 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 No, 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 no. Okay.
What is it? Be careful.
Yeah, it counts as a projectile.
Yes.
You can slow a project.
See you.
How does it interact with Nimbus? I don't know. Are those wands or flutes? Oh, right. Took me a minute to catch up to that.
You must learn not to
Fair.
abuse your creations.
Ready, exile? It is time to hunt! This...
My mana is spent. To damnation with you! I must have time to gather my will.
There could be so many new builds next league, man. I want to see all of the new trans gems. Think about how many of the trans gems are like meta skills now. There's gonna be so many more trans gems. Imagine if they just don't add new ones this league. Oh no. That would be horrible. Everyone's expecting them. Surely if there weren't going to be more trans gems this league, they would have told us ahead of time we're not getting trans gems. You couldn't just, like, everyone's expecting them. You couldn't just not do it and not warn us. Be fucking riots. Yeah, I know, but like everyone's expecting them.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Thanks for the great entertainment. Less than 3.
Just Nest J. Thank you very much for the prime. Huge.
My mana is spent.
Fine, thank you for the popcorn specters. It was an absolute joy to play. Thank you. That was also probably my favorite build of the league. I very much enjoyed it as well. Do I really not have a single jeweler? Really? Really?
Until next time.
Oh, look at that.
A few more days to go and then it's popcorns. Yeah, that's alright though. It was fun. I played it. It was great.
The earth here trembles with the fear of judgment. I must have time to gather my will.
Good find, Exile.
Because you can't change everybody's freaking out about. I don't know if people are freaking out. I think it's a great change, isn't it? Stacked decks and divination strong boxes are no longer going to drop boss uniques. The unfortunate part of that for me is that it's only boss uniques. I think they should have included like uber fragments and shit. Like people do like Uber Elder is killed every single league before either Elder or Shaper because of stack decks and diviners strong boxes. So I kind of wish those were also in the list, but whatever. Card do we care about anyway? All of the boss drop cards. All of them.
No soul should suffer as you have, Deshret.
Somebody's probably put a list. I imagine there's a list on Reddit. None of which are good. There's a ton of which are good. What do you mean? Start with Watcher's Eye cards. That's the most obvious. Yep, Bottled Faith. Dying Sun. This is also cheap. Not on day one, they're not. Just when this matters. Also, a lot of these things being cheap is a result of them being cards. If they're not cards anymore, then those are now things that you can only get from bosses. And killing the bosses to get the cards, like they don't come from stacked decks and stuff like that. Then those cheap things become things worth farming. It's not about how much they're worth now. It's about how much they would be worth if you weren't getting them all out of stacked decks and shit, right? That's what matters.
This land is
Does it actually matter now that Valdos are a thing? I think Valdos are going to have way less of an impact now that the MF League is over. Ban yellow for bullying Hillick. If there's anyone in the world that deserves bullying, it's Hillick. You should look up some Hillick lore. He's fucked up. Elite stack decks? No, they stopped stack decks and diviners from dropping boss exclusive uniques.
I must have time to gather my will.
He's fucked up as pretty much most NPCs. Not the same. No. Hillick is fucked up by PoE NPC standards. This is not the same. It's not the same. Hillick is fucked up by the standards of PoE. Oh, he's fucked up with a capital F. Yeah. Yeah, it's not good. I'm gonna have the best good night of my life.
I am Dareso, the Sword King. It was here in the pits of Leopolis that I made my name, killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be conceived.
Well, interestingly enough, while this change will obviously increase the value of those boss drops, conversely, it may also increase the value of stacked decks. Because the loot that's the boss drops that were coming out of stacked decks were not the chase cards you were going after with stacked decks. So they've been removed from the pool, which means there are now less items in the pool, but the ones we were chasing are still in there. So this change might both increase the cost of stacked decks and increase the cost of the boss drops. Oh, I was supposed to go down. I'm pretty sure this is the wrong way.
My mana is spent.
Survivor bosses and all the uniques will be the same price. Yeah. I don't know about that. Forbiddens and Watcher's Eyes, especially. It's almost impossible for anybody to tell how many of them over the course of the whole server were coming from cards compared to how many were coming from bosses. Like, I literally don't know. If it worked out that 10% of Watcher's Eyes were coming from cards, I wouldn't be that surprised. And if it worked out that 70% of Watcher's Eyes were coming from cards, I wouldn't be that surprised. So I honestly have no idea how this will affect markets, because I just don't know how many were coming from there and how many were coming from bosses. I guess we'll find out.
Remembered.
Your whole life, of course.
I think if it was 70 boss maps, it would have been a lot cheaper. Don't know. I mean, to be fair, I went the two extremes. If it was as low as 10%, that's as low as it could possibly be without me being super shocked about it. And if it was high as 70%, that's as high as it could possibly be without me being shocked about it. If I had to guess, I would think roughly 30 to 35% of Watcher's Eyes come from cards. If I had to guess. But it's such a guess. Like, I have nothing to base that on. It's just like feeling. Like I have nothing to base that on at all. That's just a guess.
Let us see how you fare in the Grand Arena. Welcome to the Grand Arena of Theopolis. It is here that I first laid eyes upon my true purpose.
Yeah, they farm so many Ubers and Elders. No, they don't. But sure, boss farmers do. But think about how many hundreds of thousands of people never touched them. But they're all getting stacked decks. How many people who never go bossing are there for every one person who goes bossing? Are they all getting stacked decks? You can't not get stacked decks. Stacked decks are thrown up your ass and down your throat at every single turn. Everywhere you go, you're getting entered by stack decks through one way or another. Sounds painful. Yeah. They should remove boss drops from reliquary keys and Valdo's maps as well. I would agree. I don't think that can happen now though, because people paid real life money for them and picked their rewards. So I think that's just out of the question now. That literally can't happen. Yeah. Too many people would want refunds. I don't even boss, and I don't want to boss. I never ever want to boss, and I still don't think any of these things should have been available to non-boss drops. Like, I just don't think this should have happened.
I must have time to gather my will.
A king of swords is nothing if he cannot defend his crown.
The title made me giggle. Nice.
My mana is spent.
And to be fair, I'm a fan of stack decks just not existing at all. I actually don't like them at all. But I will settle for this change. This is a good change. Empire reference? Yep. It most certainly is.
What is it?
By the way,
Exile?
we found out after I made that my title, because somebody in chat insisted on telling me, and now I need to tell everyone else so that everybody knows. That movie I referenced is 25 years old. Just in case anyone wasn't feeling old enough.
You are old, son.
Yeah, I know. Thanks.
I'm ancient. Can't out you.
You're so old, you're shrinking. Don't fucking start with me.
Just wish I was going outwards.
I. That was my mum, by the way. Okay, alright, listen. Who cooks chips and doesn't put any fucking salt on them? What the fuck? Hang on, I need some salt. down, down. Ba-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-bum. Ah. The Aussie family chatting isn't complete without a few F-bombs. Did I swear? I probably did. I swear all the time. And quote, "You're so fucking old, you're shrinking." She is. Steak and chips, what I got for dinner tonight. People from overseas, especially Americans, quite often get very, very shocked by how I talk to my parents. The steak do the thing the beef does to you? Yeah, that's why it's only a little piece. I can handle like little pieces. Like I can eat one burger from Hungry Jack's with beef in it, but if I have two, I'm fucked. How do you have your steak? Are you talking about when I order it from some place that's capable of cooking? Or are you asking me how it comes on a plate when I'm at home? Because those are two different things. How it comes here on a plate? Grey the whole way through and a little too rubbery. How I'd order it if I went out? Medium rare, mushroom sauce. And wine from a box? I don't like wine. You've seen kids cooking. Real parents are slightly better at cooking. I haven't met anyone as bad at cooking as either of my parents are. Like in my life. Like not one person. What about Bolognese girl, the pea or the salt one? Even them, both of them. Those are not, that's not bad at cooking. That's making bad choices. %42 of people on PB Ninja builds have a mage blood on. How many with the headhunter? %12 with the headhunter. Okay. Oh, struggle. Wait, does this thing exist forever? Does it not have a duration anymore? Orb disappears after 19 strikes. It's just forever? Until 19 strikes? Huh. Cool decoration, right? No duration. I'm gonna add Bosses League. Might skip the next one or take a breather. I hate the idea of skipping a PoE league, but I don't mind the idea of being like, I'm going to play the first 2 weeks of this league and that's it. We'll make like a single build, enjoy the league mechanic a little bit, and then we'll just fuck off and play other games. Like, that's fine. You could very easily be like, oh, I'm going to play PoE until the new Torchlight Infinite season. Which should only be like 3 weeks after or something. I don't think they've given us an actual release date, but I'm expecting it like 2 to 3 weeks in. No private league this league. I'm going to alternate. 1 league in trade, 1 league in doing private league stuff. Last time I skipped leagues, it was Expedition Synthesis. I was just like, missing those leagues is a terrible decision. Yeah. That's why I really like the idea of playing every league for at least like 2 weeks. Because by the time you're 2 weeks in, you could be like, yeah, that's enough. I know. Or you might find out in that 2 weeks that this is one of the better leagues that you're really enjoying and then not want to skip it. Mine was Lake of Calandra. I played Lake of Calandra for 2 days. Then the new D3 season came out. I went and played that for 4 days. And then I came back to try and give PoE more of a go. And I played it for 3 more days. And then I went and played Undecember for 3 months. I just never came back. It was so bad. Actually, since I started playing PoE, that is the only league I have skipped. The only league that's been so bad that I've left. What's for dinner there? Some rubber steak and some undercooked chips. Benefit of a private league, more loot, or is it just harder? Well, it can never be more loot. It can be harder, but I don't set any modifiers. The benefit of my private league that I'll be running every second league is that it is a zero economy trade league, meaning everything is shared. So if you've got something cool drop, it's not for your build, you give it away for free. If you see something show up on the market or something else drop something for you, great, you take it for free. Everybody is one giant group. I laughed way too hard. Rubber steak and undercooked chips. I mean, you might find that funny, but that's only because you're not the one that has to eat it. No one's forcing you to eat it? Yeah, but tomorrow's dinner won't be any better anyway, so either I get used to it or I go back to buying out every night or ordering Uber Eats in Or I just end stream at like 6 or 7 o'clock every day so that I can go upstairs to cook myself. That seems like a pretty bad idea. Right, let me get rid of this and wash my hands. I'll be back in a sec. back to murdering things. Another reach? Nah, I took my dishes upstairs and then there were things that needed to be moved around and my mother was trying to move them on her own with her back being, you know, the way it is because she's who she is as a person. In case you were wondering where any of my stupidity and stubbornness comes from, it's all from mum. All of it.
My mana is spent. I must have time to gather my will.
Really? For some reason I thought that there was an area here you could flame dash up. Maybe it was like only lightning warp or something. There's an area you can like dash up somehow. I thought it was like there. I've never actually done it, but I remember seeing people do it and then thinking, fuck me, how can I get up there?
To damnation with you!
2 weeks back, a mild stroke, and her and her mother were convinced all she needed to do was sleep. Had to call an ambulance without them knowing. Yeah. I had that. I had fucking pneumonia. And I went out that night to my best friend's like horse club award achievement night thing out in the cold. I spent a few hours out there doing that because like I was just there to support my friend. Feeling miserable the whole time. Then I came back home, drove myself, and my mother saw me walk in and was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? And I was like, nothing, I'm just a bit sick, I'm gonna go to sleep. And then she came back in, tried to tell me, no, we need to go see a doctor, you're fucked. And I was like, nope, and I vehemently would not go. And then I ended up telling her to fuck off. I'm going to sleep, I'm too sick to be arguing with you, I want to rest, I'm fucking tired, leave me alone. And then I tried to go to sleep and about 15 minutes later the paramedics were in my room. She just like left and called an ambulance on me. And then the doctor said if you had gone to sleep you wouldn't have woken up. And I was like, oh. Oops. I was like 23, 22 because at 23 I moved out. So 22. My mum was a nurse or something. Yeah. Yeah. You're an idiot. Yeah. Yeah.
I must have time to gather my will.
Nah, like my organs were shutting down and everything. My temperature was fucked. I forget what it was, but it was like, I forget what the temperature was, but it was like full-blown pneumonia. It was like, you shouldn't even be able to walk around. Like, you're fucked. I was out at a fucking like horse event thing. When was this? I was, I think 22. So like 12, 14 years ago, something like that. Whatever. I don't know. I'm 36 now. I was 22 then. It has to have been 22, I think. Because at 23, I moved out. And then I didn't live at home from 23 to 30 or 31 whenever I moved back. I'm very good at just like powering through. And I used to consider that like a strong strength of like, no, I don't need to go to the doctor. Like, I'll be fine. Just power through. Now at 36, I'm like, that's the fucking stupidest thing you could do, dickhead. The reason that the doctors exists is for people who feel like you. Go to the fucking doctor, idiot. No, something that no way I survived. No. At 20 something, I was like, fucking what do doctors know anyway? Like that was what I'd say that, and there wouldn't even be irony in it. Like I'd just be like, fuck off, doctors don't know shit. What an idiot I was. What an idiot.
Find another.
This weapon's confused. Flat fizz, percent fizz, cast speed. That's a confused weapon. I set my tent when it was patrolling. And fall back into the fire. Apparently I fell asleep in a hole. Rainwater seeped in to pull me out of 2 feet deep puddle. Jesus.
What is it, exile?
And the early part of that day is very fuzzy. Jesus.
You will be remembered. What do you want? May fear guide you.
Yeah, there. I was still smoking that whole night that I had pneumonia as well. And I'd already been sick for like 2 days. I actually, it was a Friday night. So I went to work for 10 hours. I worked for 10 hours on the day I nearly died of pneumonia. What a fucking idiot. Oh my god, what an idiot. Yo, why won't you die? There we go.
I must have time to gather my will.
gummy bear. Ba-da-ba. Okay. When I was already recovered, talk about awkward. Had to spend the whole day carrying around a box again. Honestly, I think I'm gonna fucking take these. Yeah. It can't be that easy. I feel like if anyone I knew acted the way I acted at 20 when I was like with pneumonia, I would also have just called an ambulance on them, and then I'd be real fucking mad at them. I would be really mad at them. I'd be like, that's so fucking dumb. You were so careless. What an idiot. I'd be so angry.
You
Evening.
Heretic. My god takes good care of me.
My mana is spent.
I may have misjudged that god of yours. Twice it was.
Piety, my god. I am sure you will reveal your purpose in time.
Sure. I'll fix that in a minute. I'll fix it now, actually. No greens. Could have used a red or a blue. Either one is fine. It's great.
No love.
With the gate. Act with care.
Where do you get curse and hit? Like hex touch support. Where does that come from?
Yes. Get your magic find characters ready.
No, I thought so. It just wasn't a quest reward. It felt like it should have been.
Slappy.
Yeah, shut him up.
Yes.
It was a 17-month resub.
I'm watching you.
It's 5 a.m. You take my degenerate ass to sleep. Yeah.
My mana is spent.
I shall preserve your beauty for eternity. Give in to grace.
You were imprisoned by your own vanity, Chevron. I must have time to gather my will.
Stormbrand's pretty fucking good for leveling. Surely this is a like very good league start. Like my damage feels fucking great this whole time. I only just got a 4-link just then.
Embrace death, Deirdre, for your flesh was your undoing.
It's not just that my damage is really good. I've also got 1400 life. And like 6% regen. With really good clear and really good single target. Like, what?
Exquisite. Open up. You're the greatest form.
Your God-given talents were wasted, Malagaro.
So tell me.
I actually find myself admiring you in this moment, Templar. You and I will create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Rather the hallmark of God. Let me show you what a real God can do.
Now, exile!
Embrace the future.
Kill me!
What?
Now, exile! Kill me!
Good news about the new league recently. I mean, we've got a bunch of teasers of like a lot of quality life and changes that have happened, but we don't get the league announcement till the end of this week.
I gave my life. Nightmare gave me so much more. Accept the gift of immortality.
I've run out of things to play.
Is the true eternal.
Have you tried Deep Rock Galactic Survival?
Why?
It's pretty good.
Are you so in love with death?
You fought against death your whole life, Malachi. When it was the...
And looking at it doesn't scratch the itch.
What's...
Fair enough.
You will be remembered.
Huge. I need a new league before I give it and download Eve again. Never played that one. Hard to believe the brands won't be tuned down a bit. I mean, alternatively, they just add like 10 more fucking trans gems that are just as powerful. And instead of nerfing all the things people have fun with, there's just a buttload more options of really strong things to have fun with. Just throwing it out there as an option, that's all.
I must have time to gather my will.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
My mana is spent.
Again, I think maybe some decision are really strong. I love that triple B sort of thing. So the interesting thing about Penance brand of dissipation is it does 40% more damage right now than it did at League launch because of the bug fix. So basically, if they halve its damage numbers, it'll only be a slight nerf from what we played this league, unless you were playing it at the end of the league after the bug fix. If they halve its damage numbers, it'll still be fucking fantastic.
My return marks
So
judgment for those of hollow faith.
there's also the other thing to look at, which is, at least for mapping purposes, we're not going to have the wildwood juice anymore. So like, do you even need to be that strong? Like, do you have any idea how easy mapping is going to be without 9,000 juice on every map? Like, yeah, but knowing GG, they'll change it mechanically, numerically nerf it, and then make it rare. That's true. That's true. That's absolutely true. I was just saying, I hate having to perks before I run the actual map. I was a huge fan of it. It was like a thing I could actively get better at. And I did get better at it over the course of the league. But I think what I liked the most wasn't even necessarily the rewards as much as, because like the rewards were overtuned, right? Like as fuck, right? Obviously, clearly everyone is in agreement that was too rewarding. Everyone, no question about it, like by multiple factors, way too rewarding. All right, that's fine, that's out the way. But I really liked that I could make my map significantly more difficult and then be rewarded for that.
Your hateful scorn has no place in God's land.
And thank freedom comes to those who
I was here for the tips to Tom. Yeah, how you doing?
Unlike some time now, where was I?
The game crashes and just maps inevitably just these last few days. Interesting.
Blood for freedom.
My mana is spent. I must have time to gather. Piety's science may aid in uncovering the truth of this world. God does have a sense of humor. You should have kept your eyes on God.
That was way too much damage. Guy was like a white mob. I'm just in a full link in garbage gear. I think I might start brands.
At long last I return home, only to find chaos and blood. Templar initiates will suffer your humiliations no longer. My mana is spent.
Nah, no more levels of clarity.
I vowed before my brothers that I would return, and so I have.
There we go. How do you have the right to have this much life and defense while still doing real damage? I don't even have the ult gems. This is just regular Stormbrand in League Start.
I must have time to gather my will.
If I don't start bows, it's probably brands. Right?
I am no beast of burden.
Like I might still start bows,
This'll do nicely,
but if it's not bows, it will be brands. Or Hex Blast Mines, or some new trans gem. I don't know, man. I could start anything. I take it back. It could be anything.
My mana is spent.
Someone tell me following a random YouTuber that does Hierophant EA totems into Iron Commander is a bad idea. It's not. That's a pretty good progression system. It's not the worst idea.
The hour of judgment draws near.
You need something?
None of that. Boy.
Thank you.
Any thoughts on an Arakali's Fang start? Not for me. But there's nothing wrong with it if you want to.
Greetings.
As long as you've got something planned until you get an Arakali's Fang. And probably be aware that you're going to want to figure out how to afford a squire as quick as you can. They're not too expensive, but like it is a decent purchase that you need to know that you need. It's definitely doable. It's fine. And you definitely don't need it to start with, so. I was thinking SRS start into Sanctum day 1 or 2. I think if I was going to league start Sanctum intentionally on a league start, I would probably just end up being like either Ice Spear Totem or Hex Blast Mines. And if I was going to do SRS, which would be okay, but if I was going to do it on day 1 or 2, it would have to be a Guardian. I don't think that the Necromancer SRS would be good enough on, especially day 1. Because it really can't handle Sanctum well until it's poison. And you need people to get to tier 14 maps before they can even drop Chalupa fragments. And then you need people to start running Chalupa to get enough swords on the market for you to buy. So like day 1 isn't great.
My mana is spent.
There's no like realistically it's very hard to become poison on day 1. Certainly not impossible. I could definitely do it, but it's a pretty big investment, especially in something that's going to whatever the opposite of skyrocket is in price. Like them first Chalupa swords are expensive. But if you can afford to go to sleep and wake up the next day and then buy your sword, it's like half the price. And if you can wait one more day, it's like a tenth of the price. It's cheap as fuck. Like it goes the down way, like skyrocketing in reverse, whatever that's called. Fuck, what do you call that? There's a word. There's a word for that. What's the word for reverse skyrocketing? Plummeting. Plummeting. That's what I was. That's the one I wanted. Thank you. Reverse skyrocketing. I couldn't think of the word. Okay. We're trying to romance Katarina, Lassia, or Krugel? Lassia. If I had to. Not that I would, but if I had to. So.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
And so it will.
Look at it get chunked. Look at it get chunked. My gear's fucking trash. Fuck is this? I got 1700 life. Look at it go. Look at his life. Fucking chunked.
When God has lost his way, the devout must set him back on the path. I am the torch.
I am the Emperor. Nils, you? How you doing? Ooh. Gorgeous.
What in damnation?
What in damnation have you done, Exile? Let's go.
You deserve.
Oh my god.
Has gobbled up every scrap of Oriathan flesh.
Guys, I just had a thought. You know, in every game we ever play, you either have a protagonist with a real name, like that you play, and then they can use your name, or you have names you can carry and they call you, you can pick and they call you something like Exile or Thanks Adventurer or whatever.
Hello.
Well, one use of AI that I hadn't thought of up until this point is they can just use your name and that AI can just change the voice to say your name. It could be calling me Baylor. Maybe not in this game, but like in general. The games could use your name. Just a little bit. Are you playing? I'll be playing Wait for patch notes. For sure. Have you not read some other players' names? I mean, Kiwi players would have them saying some unhinged names. Okay, listen, guys. Look, I got excited for a cool, like, innovative thing that could happen, and you all just, like, shout on me with how fucking gross and degenerate gamers in general are. You're right. There would be some absolutely fucking horrible names. And just a bunch of clips of in-game characters saying these names. It's a totally normal name, right? Yeah.
You've destroyed.
What in damnation have I done? My mana is spent. I must have time to gather my will. The corrupt shall fall. What goodness remains of our order?
You can change a character's name on the website nowadays. I forgot about that. I should use that to just make the name of every character I play just BalorMage. How many name changes are you allowed? There's like an amount per time. Like 14 a league? That's not enough. That's only 7 characters because I'd have to change a name away and then change a name too. As we go up, it's complex. Not a lot. What brand are you using? Just normal, regular Storm brand. Tell you what, I am feeling absolutely fantastic though. I'm alive again.
This'll do nicely, Exile.
Wait, normal Stormbrand? Damage seems kinda high. Normal Stormbrand, garbage gear, league start scenario. Regular 4-link, no good drops. This is just normal Stormbrand. I'm also pathing in a way that doesn't require respecs instead of pathing in a way that would be like the best leveling. Like you can see I've got 250 energy shield and 1,800 life right now, and I still have this kind of damage on normal Stormbrand in a league start test. So
I
like
continue to serve as God's instrument.
into video and Chieftain went for the Warlock version, dropped a mirror out of nowhere, feels good. Nice. But yeah, like look at my gear. There's nothing special here at all. Worse than nothing special, it's not even good. Game look like second with Stormbrand or going with Penance Brand. It's the same build. It's not even a decision you have to make. It's the same build. Different gloves. That's it. That's not a real decision. You can do both. But like, look at my pathing here. Like, there's so much like damage I could have taken over here. I could have gone dual wield for more damage. The wand is literally a 2-star item. Yep. And it's just a 4-link. And then like I've traveled all the way down here because this is the path, right? I'm asking what you're going with. And I answered by telling you I don't have to make that choice. It's not a real, that's not a real decision. You can level and play Stormbrand of Indecision all day, and then when you go to kill a boss, you can swap a glove and nothing else about your build, just gloves and the links which are the same color, and then be Penance Brand of Dissipation for uber killing. It's both. Both, either, doesn't matter. It's the same thing. I would go Stormbrand of Indecision and Penance Brand of Dissipation. Both. But I'm not about to stop and farm for a Stormbrand or a Penance Brand on like a trial run and on solo self-found. Like, that's not happening. You'd probably want to swap some gems like Wrath for Hatred. Nope, I just run Zealotry on both. No, mom, not alone. And just a level in case you get a swap in lab. I would be trying to swap my Stormbrand first. The first time you would even care about Penance Brand of Dissipation would be Uber's. Stormbrand of Indecision can do everything before that. I mean, Stormbrand of Regular can do everything before that. Yo, why are you so tanky? No. Lightning and shock resistant? Okay, sure.
I must have time to gather my will.
Just waiting for the transfigured winter orb I'll never make. Me too. That'd be really cool. Making winter orb good again. That'd make me real happy.
My mana is spent.
I very much enjoy winter orb.
Not
I'll see.
Personally, I'm having a ton of fun with this game so far. You get back into PoE, aircraft. MF has really got to be this league, yeah. Ellie's been great though. What are these ads? Ads? Ads is what you get when you haven't hit the sub button.
I must have time to gather my will. There is always hope. There is always redemption, even when all looks lost. Come forth, ravenous one! Face the wrath of God!
Get chunked. And phase. Video.
My mana is spent.
I need a dumbed down video for what? PoE's crafting? There's no such thing. It's the most complicated thing. And it changes constantly. My suggestion for learning to craft in PoE is never to try and just learn to craft as a generic rule. What you're looking is to figure out how to craft each thing you need as you need it. and you'll just add thing after thing after thing to your knowledge base. Like, all right, I want to craft my good gear for this build. Learn how to craft exactly that stuff that you need. And then next time you're running a different build, learn how to craft that. And then the next time you're running a different build, learn how to craft that. And then you'll end up knowing how to craft more things. Do you think there'll be a replacement for Veiled Chaos Orbs? I hope so. Because it's a really weird thing to take away. Because current Veiled Chaos Orbs are used in low and mid-end crafting quite a lot. But not really very much at all at high end. That's all Ashling. So it would be real weird to nerf heavily the low and mid-end crafting, which is the part most people are complaining about. And then make end game crafting, like the top end, easier because now it's tradable. That would be a weird thing to do.
Get your magic find characters ready.
Alex MZ, thank you very much to Prime. That being said, just because it would be a weird thing to do doesn't mean they won't do it. Doesn't mean they won't do it. Just because it'd be weird and I wouldn't understand why doesn't mean that's not the decision that's been made. I don't know, man.
I must have time to gather my will.
Yeah, Veiled Chaos Orbs are like a pretty decent staple of like low to mid-end crafting. That's just a very odd place to target your nerf in that section. That's a very odd place to target your nerf. So I hope that there's something else taking the spot of old Veiled Chaos Orbs. But who knows, man? Who knows?
Despite your best.
New Unveiled Exalts was right there. Yeah, that's the bit that worries me the most. I feel like there isn't going to be a replacement for the Veiled Chaos Orbs function, because if they were going to keep it, why wouldn't you just keep it, right? You would just keep it, right? Like, you would just add the Veiled Exalted Orb. Otherwise, what the fuck is the name of the thing I want here? The go on life thing. No, life tap is the cost life. I want the other one. Arrogance, thank you. That's the one.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Divine Orbs will be cheaper with all the cubes. Divine Orbs won't be cheaper than this league.
Nessa.
I promise Divine Orbs will not be cheaper than they were this league. they were very cheap. I mean, surely. Okay, well, apparently I need int. Whatever. Nothing this league counts. That's fair. That's a fair take, to be honest.
I return to exile, humbled and shaken. My mana is spent.
Just a mirror last league, and I'm real glad about it because I agree this league doesn't count.
I must have time to gather my will. The world crumbles. I must gather the pieces.
Oh, okay. Sure. I would like every beast to be right here, please, if you don't mind. Could you put all of them on top of each other? Lucky I'm fucking super tanky and do a lot of damage, eh? I'm gonna fucking kill them all because they're right here.
You have been captured. Up you go, little beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be food. You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be food.
Thanks for every fucking beast in the same spot. Cheers, bud. Wow, I'm not even fire res capped. I'm not even fucking close to fire res capped, to be honest.
Let me teach you
the arts of war. One of my favorite things about brands just in general is that my damage uptime is like, it's basically 100%. Because you're not like not damaging things just because you're running away. Damage just keeps happening. Basically a dot build, except not shit.
Tukohama.
My mana is spent.
With E, not wrong. Yeah.
I must have time to gather my will.
Bring the beast in my sights, exile. Up you go, little beast. Away!
Oh, hang on. I just remembered that I am supposed to have a meeting tonight. When? Okay, like an hour from now. Okay, cool. Really? That whole area was a nothing area? That's rude. This whole area is a dead end? That's double rude. You're always supposed to go up and left here, aren't you? I don't think I've ever gotten lost in this zone before. I thought you were always meant to go left and then... What the fuck? This is the wrong way. Think there's a path near Gwenin? I don't think I've ever gotten lost in this zone. Like ever. Just go up and left every time. You're always there. What the fuck? Nah, there's no path here. What the shit? What is happening? I'm in a path forward, not a fucking roundabout.
My mana is spent.
Never in my life. That's the weirdest layout I've ever seen. I didn't even know this one had. Like weird layouts.
Place of despair. I must have time to gather my will.
Swear Expedition makes weird layouts happen? I mean, I didn't think so. I thought it was just Val's side areas made weird things happen.
Belief is the strongest metal of them all.
So let me just throw a thought out at people. Obviously, my preference would be never do lab, just give me Ascension because lab's shit. But the lab breakdown always feels like I'm getting Cruel and Merc lab super close to each other at the end of the campaign. I feel like I should be doing Cruel lab like around the end of this act I'm in right now. But of course I'm not, and I can't. But like Act 6 is where Cruel Lab should be. Right? But also 6 to 10 is so quick. Yeah, but like Act 6 is where I should be doing Cruel Lab. Like that trial I just picked up. I'd say like mid 7. I mean, it's already the beginning of 8, right? But it's like you get to Act 8 and then you do Cruel Lab and then 8 and then like 8 and 9 are so quick and then you're doing Merc Lab. It feels like I have 1 lab and then 3 labs. There's a pretty big gap. Yeah. Like it feels like I'm always going from 1 to 3. God tier stream title. Thank you.
Good tidings to you.
And one map, just 6 points. No, thank you.
Time and tide wait for no man.
Stay sharp out there.
If I want to do Cruel and Merc in Act 4, so be it. I mean, obviously, for alts, I'm a fan. It is first. Nah, level requirements. Not doing a normal, watching it work while doing a mind-numbingly boring task. This is the way. Hey, Lupus. And that right there is why I'm gonna have to keep streaming to YouTube. It might not be super active, but like, and poking the YouTube bot, which is apparently just not working. I don't know why. What am I doing? That didn't show in Twitch chat. Yeah, I noticed. They're the coolest though. I need to find a new bot that will work with both of them, because obviously the Streamlab bot, not good enough. It breaks way too often. It just stops working. And it was working earlier this stream too. It's not even like some streams it works and some streams it doesn't. No, it was working this stream and then it just stopped. Gonna have to go looking for a different chatbot. Something useful. PoE's the only game I hate leveling alts in. I still like leveling alts. But I do think I would make a bunch of changes to the alt leveling process. Were I in charge. One of the biggest changes I'd make is there would be no such thing as a level requirement on level 1 gems. They would still have the same progression requirement that they do right now. I wouldn't be able to just pick up a level 28 skill at level 1 on my first character. But they would downscale below their level 1 level if I either happen to get one drop on the floor early or if I could pick one up for an alt. So your alts would just be able to level with whatever active skill you wanted, no matter what level. As one change.
Not you. For my life and my work,
I should not suffer this humiliation again.
So ugly.
I was born this way, Chevron. It's not nice to shame me like that. I'm doing my best. Oh, what happened at band camp? Brand camp. What? I don't know what you're on about. This is about brands.
Our final crusade sees its first triumph.
Kind of wish you didn't need to do the campaign on every alt and do it once a league and then allow you to just go about freely. I wouldn't mind some alt leveling things. But I do think they still need to be somewhat restricted, and I do think that like free leveling isn't the way, and I do think that you have to do the campaign on your first character. But I have had some ideas about how I would allow leveling of alts. So there's a few things I would do that already kind of exist, right? So here's what I would like to do. We could start with two things that already exist: Endless Heist and Endless Delve. They already exist as game modes. So what if, for the price of, let's just say, I don't know, 25,000 Delve Juice, like sulfide, you could buy a token, and that token you could use to create an ult, and that ult would be locked into Endless Delve with its, it would only be able to go to Endless Delve and your hideout, and that was it, and it would be locked there until level 68. And during that leveling process, no fossils would drop either, because you can't endlessly fossil farm there, and there would be none of the specialty nodes, so that you didn't get to abuse the specialty nodes and like farm lab stuff there. But normal gear would drop, normal res would drop, and you had unlimited sulfide, and you would just be there for progression, and you would get your labs at certain levels, just like you do in the Endless Delve race itself, etc. And at level 68, you get your cruel lab, your Merc lab given to you for free, like at level 68, and then you get like hunted out to the state of just after killing Kitava with all of your passives already done, when you're walking through town at the end. And you could do the same thing with Endless Heist for like, I don't know, 40,000 rogue markers or something. So you would have to play that mechanic a bit. It would have to be a second character. You would have to do the mechanic a little bit or buy the thing, right? And you would have to get rid of, you would have to like get rid of the extra rewards that can happen from those things, right? Like you don't want it to be the best. The other thing that I think is important if you introduce things like that is that for speed runners, for good players, and I don't mean like the best 10, I mean like the best 10%. Right? Not like the best 10 players, but like the best 10% of players. The campaign should still be faster for those people. Like it should be balanced in such a way that
Stay sharp out there.
No racer would ever pick it as a method to get through. But it might be significantly faster for people who are slower than that, because you don't have to worry about, you know, all of the things in order and all of the quests and everything and that sort of shit.
Do I? I'll be here when you need.
It would only be available to alts. I don't see a downside of a system like that. Other than the time it would take to make it better for the 8-hour player, but not for the 3-hour player. Well, not even 3. I would want it to take about 5 to 5.5 hours to do those methods. Because 5 to 5.5 hours through the campaign is a pretty good pace for like a really good player, but not racer levels. Racers are getting that shit done in 4 or 3, right? So I still want racers. I don't want them to ever want to be like, oh shit, I just have to go to Delve, because that's, you know, that's not right. But like if it averagely takes you 8 hours, a thing like Endless Heist or Endless Delve, it's really hard to get too much variance on how long it would take, right? Because it's just, you just click a node, kill more mobs, click a node, kill more mobs, click a node, kill more mobs. There's nothing else to do, right? So I would want it to take maybe 5 hours on average to do those methods, so that it wasn't quite the fastest, but probably faster for a lot of people and also only available for alts. That's super important. In no case should your first character of a league be able to skip the campaign. I think that would be a bad move, but I don't see why we can't have some variance in how we level alts. I don't see why that couldn't happen. There might be other systems and other ways to do that as well, but the two that spring to mind the most are just Endless Heist and Endless Delve, because those modes already exist. So like the lion's share of the work that would need to be done to that already exists. Also, I'm gonna say the name of the worst fucking game. Diablo 4 introduced me to a concept I don't hate, which was that my level 1 characters start with all those passive points I already earned. Now, I wouldn't want that to cross seasons like it does in D4. But what if my alts, if I chose to do the campaign, didn't have to do any of the side quests, and at level 1, I just started with all of the passives that weren't part of the main quest chain? All the side quests, you just have them already. Who fucking cares if I've got 20 passive points at level 1 on my alt? Who cares? It's an alt. I've already done the thing this league. I've already gone through the thing this league. Why? Who cares?
Go with God. I must have time to gather my will.
You could get them all per level anchor as well instead of all at once. Yeah, if it was a really big deal that you like didn't want level 1 characters to have 20 passive points or something, you could just assign levels and be like, at this level you'll get double if you've already done it, at this level you get an extra passive point if you've already done it, etc. That would also be fine. I would also go as far as to do labs as well. Like, don't make me do lab. Just make there be like a thing in the town that's like, your account has already done lab this league. At this level, you just get to pick an ascendancy. Like, there's just no reason for my alts to be having to do the bitch work again. Absolutely never let that happen on a league start, ever. I should have to do all the work on a league start. I expect to do all the work on a league start. Anybody complaining that like, oh, I wish I didn't have to do this every league, fuck off. It's once every 3 months and it's worth it. It's part of the race. It's part of the progression. It's important to have. I don't want that to disappear. But my alts though, like, who cares? Who cares? It's my alt. Just let me skip shit. 4 months, sometimes 4 months. It's just, I'm open to being wrong about that entire take, right? I'm open to being wrong about that entire take, but I can't figure out a negative. I can't figure out, like, what's the bad part about what I just described? Either of the systems that I just described, whether you hand me all the passive points at levels so I don't have to do any of the side quests or lab or anything like that when I level an alt, they just happen. They just roll in on me. Or giving me like endless delve or endless heist things. Like, what are the bad outcomes? What's the negative to those things on alts only? Because I don't have one. I don't have a single negative. Like I don't have a single, well, it would ruin this, or it would feel bad because of this reason, or like this thing would feel less reward. I don't have one.
Release this land to the will of its true.
Leveling equals they play the game less time overall, less overall revenue. So that's, I understand why you would think that, but I think that takes wrong for multiple reasons. One, I don't think it's less time playing the game overall. I think more people play more characters if you make the alt leveling much quicker and easier.
Stay sharp.
I think that leads to more overall playtime, not less. But also, the second part is less overall revenue because they play the game for less time. Well, that's not really true either. They make most of their money in the first like 2 weeks. In fact, from just a pure monetary standpoint, if everybody came and played hardcore for like 2 weeks and then just left so it didn't cost them money to run the servers, and still came back next season, bought the supporter pack again and played for another hard 2 weeks, they'd make even more money because they make all their money right at the beginning. Probably not like all of it, but the huge majority of it happens at the beginning. So the only thing that I can think of that's a negative of either of those systems is that it would take some development time to implement. That's really it. And I'm not a programmer, I'm not a developer, I don't know how much time any of that takes. But I can't imagine it's that much. Like, I say that as like I know when I say that, that's like fucking armchair deving to the extreme. But like, can it really be that hard to figure out level requirements and be like, yes, this account has done this quest, so at level 6, give them a passive point? Is it that hard? That can't be that hard. That can't be that hard. Can it? Level, what does your life pool look like that? I thought it was an overlay. It is the 38 challenge reward. It's the whole slippery slope argument though. I hate the slippery slope argument every single time it's ever used. What you're basically admitting to when you say it's a slippery slope argument is you're saying, yeah, that's a great idea. But what if somebody comes up with a shit idea later? Okay, then we won't do the later thing. Fucking, how about we draw the line where we want to draw the line instead of way before where we want to draw the line, just in case somebody wants to go further. I fucking hate that. I hate the slippery slope argument so much. I hate it. In all things, it doesn't make sense. Just grant the passes from each act after killing the boss.
The
Yep.
Brown King.
Be fine
His time
too.
has almost come. Then hope will be. I will be gone. Please, take the black flag. It once fluttered from the mast of the Black Crest, Whalem Roth's ship.
You there, local, come here.
I must have time to gather my will.
For that, they needed to double or triple the price of the supporter pack, and make it so that if you buy the supporter pack, you could start the league a day or two early. Then it'd be the Blizzard pack. Everyone else starts the league at Saturday morning my time, but I get to start on Thursday. You know the worst thing? I fucking hate every bit of that. We just said it as like it would be the worst thing ever. But I know that if that happened, I'd fucking pay for it. I'd bitch and complain and I'd hate it and I'd tell everyone how terrible it is and I'd fucking pay. I'd hand over the money and I'd start.
I shall take this crusade to the seas themselves.
I'd bitch about how unfair it was and I'd tell everyone how much I hate it while playing ahead of everyone who couldn't afford it, because I would 100% give the money over. I hate it. Imagine Reddit if they did that. It'd be on fire. It'd be actually on fire. It would make every other time we've said Reddit is on fire look like a joke. Obviously, they would never do that. Ever. It's never ever happening. So we're all fine. That is purely a hypothetical. But like, I know who I am as a person. I would hate it. I never want them to do that ever. But would I buy that supporter pack and play early? Yeah. Of course I fucking would. Of course I would. I'd make videos talking about how much I hate it and how I think it's bullshit, and I'd pay for it. I'd buy it anyway. Boy. Chieftain and Trickster rework make them weaker? No? I mean, I think Chieftain was probably the strongest ascendancy this league. I got mine to 100 and then kept playing it. I don't think it would be fair to call Chieftain weak. Maybe a little bit too niche. But certainly not weak. And Trickster's pretty good. Weren't all the best Valdo farmers Tricksters? Like all of them? Like... wouldn't that make Trickster actually incredibly strong?
So you're the don't you? Right. Lord of Light, hold back the sea so that I may slay its pretender king.
Da, 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 da. Trickster is only strong if you don't want to enjoy yourself. What the fuck? So glad I ain't getting touched. A lot of people think this league is going to have a glad rework. A lot of people think this league is going to have a glad rework. People said that for like a year though. Yeah, but all the other trouble ascendancies have been addressed now. Like there was a list of troubled ascendancies and they keep hitting them, and Glad's like the only one left that's like proper trash. I mean, I still think Herafin's pretty shit as well, to be honest. But really? Okay, sure. Assassin 2 maybe? No, I think Assassin is maybe like... I think Assassin needs a little tweak, but I don't think it needs a rework at all. But the higher values, not a rework. It's... Yeah, it's a bit of a rework. It's not so much a rework as a tweak. Especially this area. Like, these nodes are not great. And I think Assassin needs to get the ability for Elusive to refresh itself like it used to before they changed Elusive, so that it doesn't refresh. I think that was a good change because Elusive was like too strong overall on all of the builds. But I think Assassin gaining the ability to refresh its Elusive would put it in a more unique spot and would be pretty good. That and the poison area
strong. So
would be
dedicated. A man like you
would be
not
probably
stand
enough.
a lady in need. You're a gift, don't you see? A sumptuous feast for His Majesty on his wedding day. Really, we are both so touched by your generosity.
Making it end at a certain percent. Actually, that would be okay if it was like it actually falls off at 50% or something, because you usually end up with like what, like 160, 180% ish. I don't know what you're on about, Locke. Do you like always speedrun everything? Because I don't fucking care about speed at all. You're in the wrong place if you're looking for people who go fast or play well. I don't do either of those things. Still a lot faster than you used to be. I mean, if I actually sit down and try, I can do like 5.5 to 6 at max solo. But like, that requires me to like plan, pay attention, and actually try. And I don't want to do any of those things right now. Oh, like, why? Why would I want to do any of those things right now? I fucking don't.
Now, here our ways divide. Ah, the relic. The end of learning.
Goodbye.
I did the thing again where I made it full screen instead of windowed full screen. Is there a way like on Windows to stop that from being a hotkey that ever works? Like, I just never ever want that to do anything ever. Also, what happened to my mouse? Was it always this big? Why is my mouse so big? My mouse is huge, right? Alt enter hotkey? Yeah. Mouse is huge. What the fuck? That's girthy. Why is it so big? Oh! It fixed itself. I don't know what the fuck that was, but it fixed itself. Did it? It still looks huge. It did, didn't it? Like I'm using Alt Enter so much recently. I don't know. But I'm doing it on this, so I imagine something. I'm doing it on this thing, so I imagine something got rebound there. And I could probably figure that out and just rebind it away from enter again. I don't know why it's... Huh. I know exactly what it is, but I don't know why it's happening. It's a leftover from Ellie. There's a shift up button which does the enter hideout thing, like the hideout macro, but I'm used to using control for a bunch of things because of LE, so I'm pressing control by accident and hitting the macro button to go, and so I'm holding control when it presses enter / hideout enter. You can disable it with the MS Power Toys. Yes, that's what I want. I've never wanted to use Alt Enter or Control Enter or anything. I've never wanted to use any of those to make a application full screen ever. It's never a hotkey I've wanted. It's only ever in my life been procced by accident, and then I always have to fix it. I absolutely just want it to not be a hotkey that works at all. Oh, there it is. Sweet. Thank you. I will fix that later. We'll make that never happen again.
This desecrated house of faith will unearth its secrets at last.
Local, need your aid.
Oh, so you broke the F's in PoE. Yeah. I never fixed that either. But it just stopped happening, and I don't know why. I never fixed it, it just sort of fixed itself one day. There's also only the suffix F's. Also never went back and changed the font. Yeah, because that's what broke it the first time. I don't know why. I can't fucking, I don't know, man. I'm bad at computers. I don't know what I'm doing. I know you would think that I like exist on computers for a living, so like I should know stuff. But I'm one of those people. If anybody works in IT, you'll know these people. You'll know these people. You know who I'm talking about. I'm one of those people who know enough about computers to be really fucking dangerous to themselves. Like, I know how to get into the registry, but I absolutely shouldn't be there. Right? That's me.
A vision of dreams, ephemeral in my sight.
So, let's have some cursed luck when it comes to PCs. I do. Everything breaks all the time. I don't know, man. The only time in my life I ever had a system that didn't break was when I was running Unix for like fucking 6 years, and it never breaks. That's great. I want to run Linux systems all the time. They're so much simpler and they never break, and they just do what they say they're gonna do, and all of the options are just there, but nothing fucking runs. Every teacher I just heard you say simpler and spat out their drink, but it is though. It is simpler because nothing's hidden. When I want to change stuff, I can just change it. The guy back doesn't know how to play PoE. That's alright. Wait, which one were you? Wait, which one were you? Were you the Guardian? That's me? Right. We stalked your profile for a while. It seems you went quite well after the help. Like you got a lot further. Did quite well.
All may find you when the night falls.
Is your life full purple? 38 challenge reward for this league.
Yes.
Went full Linux on my gaming rig a couple of years ago and have not looked back. Fucking nothing runs on it though. It's just, you have to like,
Remember to live.
you have to jump through hoops to play everything, and it's, I mean, the hoops are at least you can.
I greet you.
Yes, I also agree. Linux is, I'm a little confused on how it's not like way more popular. I feel like it should be way more popular, and it's not, and I'm not entirely sure why.
Judging by, remember, humanity needs us.
To the valve. Push this. Ah. technically more popular at almost everything except consumer PCs. Okay. I mean, I believe that, but also arguably that's the most important one. Just because otherwise all my games and consumer programs aren't made for it.
I must have time to gather my will.
Hello to you, great. We have.
Is it a game or a second? Yeah. Yep. Yep.
A veil of lies and dreams draws itself over my sight.
And then on top of that, I got to deal with streaming programs and even occasionally like video editing programs and shit, which those don't exist on. Have you tried backpack battles yet? No. But I did play God of Weapons, which had a somewhat similar system apparently. I never actually played it though. When is it standard for a reason? Sure, but that reason is a monopoly over the market and great business sense. Not because it's the best. The day every Linux nerd in here can agree on the best distros, the day Linux has a chance. That's true. For me, it's Ubuntu.
Evil may hide, but the light will find it.
The black.
My friend that deleted his System32 file a few years ago because he didn't download any systems. How could there be 32 of them? You know, I follow the logic. I follow the logic. I get it. I see how they got there. Right? Like I see how that happened.
There is a fine line between consideration and hesitation. The former is wisdom.
It's like, you were an idiot. Would you like to restore a working copy? Yes, please.
I must have time to gather my will.
Like, the hassle it was for Windows 10 to just get my taskbar to be on the side of my screen was ridiculous. Like, I don't want my taskbar at the bottom. I've never wanted my taskbar at the bottom. I haven't had my taskbar at the bottom in fucking 9 years. I want it on the side of my side monitor only. No, I don't even want it on my main computer screen. I want it on the side of my side monitor. And they just like, it's been fine. It's just been click and drag for every Windows system up to Windows 10, where they decided, actually, no, you can only have it on your primary monitor or on all monitors. You can't just have it on one non-primary monitor anymore. And we only do top and bottom. There is no sides anymore. Like, fuck off. I've been doing this since like Windows 97. Like, you put my things where I say I want them. Like, what do you mean? Like, who do you fucking think you are? I think you can even do that on Windows 11. Sorry, I meant 11. And you can. I have it right now. I meant 11. But it was a hassle. It was a hassle. Patch notes for next league. Not yet. No. But yes, I have it on the side of my side screen right now. On Windows 11.
The fires of greed burn eternal in the hearts of the unworthy.
Yeah, but that's the thing, Shadow. I don't care what they want. I paid for this operating system. I gave you money. Let me put my shit where I want.
My mana is spent.
Like, it's that simple. I paid for you already. Let me put my shit where I want it. I'm pretty sure I saw that. It was in a place where it shouldn't have been. It was in a different place. They moved it but they didn't actually remove it. Like it's still there. Don't know why they moved it. Put it on the list of things about Windows 11 that's shit.
Ranakesh. Turn away the tyrant's face, and kingdom end without a trace. When you
This pretender.
Make Cold Duck great again.
These innocents continue to suffer.
Well, Windows 11 was a bit of a shit change, so I dug around a bit and now made it look like Windows 10. Yep.
You
Dun dum dum dum.
Stay true to you.
Turn your one less. Yes, I thank you. There's an Asmeri.
Greetings.
I must have time to gather my will. Groost, if you find your gods lacking, the true Lord still awaits.
Oh yeah, right, okay. I mean, I want to keep playing this, but I got me a meeting to get ready for in like 15 minutes. So I had better call it a day.
Be kind if you can.
We better call it a day. I'm gonna run. I will see everybody tomorrow. Bye. I must listen to the lucky until I actually sit down and watch your stuff. That's because I give a terrible, terrible first impression. I am abrasive and I come across rude when I don't mean to be. That's on me. But also, thank you. It really does. Took me weeks to realize he's just special, right? I come across as very abrasive and very rude to begin with. It's a bad first impression I leave. You're gonna get like an 8th impression of me. All right. Goodbye.